YouTube. I am Shaggy. I am Philalitea, and we will return shortly to John Keel. Disneyland of the Gods. Part 3. Episode 3. 2025. I'm tired. Almost didn't do this today. I'm having a lot of trouble getting comfortable. That's affecting me in a negative way. I'm on a natural slope that I made an effort to level it out, but I'm no landscapey guy. So, an effort was the best I was ever going to hope to get. Now, I'm having a lot of trouble getting comfortable. Just all this, gravity. Just having a hard time tonight. I give a damn when I'm uncomfortable like this. Everything itches. My give a damn gets busted and I just give up. I'm here for now. Trying to support my back. God, it's just so fucking uncomfortable. God damn it. Oh, Ty. I don't know what that means. I suspect I'm going to be offended when I find out. Fuck me, Dad. I could just give up now. Can't get comfortable. And my vape has disappeared. God damn it. Also, it's much warmer in my tent than it was moments ago. Over Beast. Fuck. Okay, Kathos, that's an interesting thing to say when you first see someone. Are you threatening me? Do you know something? You been drinking, Kathos? I know I'm not awesome. I'm glad you feel that way, Kat. Thank you, Kat. I'm about to give up. just move on. What up, Brad? Fuck. Living legends and dying worlds. Several million years ago, some super civilization in a distant galaxy launched an unmanned satellite to our solar system. Its purpose was to search for life and, if it found any, to keep tabs on its development. The satellite is still functioning and circles the Earth periodically, presumably sending reports back to its home planet. This may sound like a crackpot theme from some obscure fringe journal, but actually it's a theory that has been put forth by a number of leading scientists after repeated observations of an artificial satellite of unknown origins. The object was first sighted by Dr. Lincoln LaPaz of the University of New Mexico in 1953. 4 years before the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1. As more reports poured in from observations around the world, the Department of Defense assigned Dr. Clyde W. Tombaugh to run a search for the strange bogey. Dr. Tombaugh was the distinguished astronomer who discovered Pluto in 1930. Okay, well, the astronomer who discovered Pluto wasn't an astronomer, and he wasn't distinguished. So if he became a doctor, it was honorary. The results of Dr. Tombaugh's study were never formally leased by the Pentagon. Nothing further was heard about the object until December 1957, when Dr. Luis Corrales of the Communications Ministry in Venezuela photographed it, somewhat to his own astonishment. The first man-made satellite, Sputnik 1, had been launched 2 months earlier, and he was taking pictures of Sputnik 2 as it passed over Caracas. His photograph revealed a trace of a second unknown object closely following the Soviets' dog-carrying satellite. Laika, the first earthly animal to enter space, had company: the Black Knight. While both the United States and the Soviet Union were racing to launch relatively small satellites into orbit in the late 1950s, astronomers and military tracking stations were following the course of something huge. On January 4th, 1960, scientists discovered two large objects in a polar orbit. To date, neither the US nor Russia had achieved a polar orbit. The objects were estimated to weigh at least 15 tons. The largest US satellite at that time weighed 450 pounds, and the largest Soviet satellite 2,925 pounds. Late in February 1960, the U.S. Department of Defense formally announced that an unidentified satellite was circling the globe. It was tracked and studied by several different observatories and the National Space Surveillance Control Center at New Bedford, Massachusetts. Professor Alla Masevich, the Soviet scientist heading the Russian Sputnik tracking program, flatly denied suggestions that the mystery satellites belonged to the Soviet Union. The press labeled the intruder the Black Knight, and it was extensively discussed in the New York Times, Newsweek, Life, and other major periodicals. It vanished as mysteriously as it had arrived. It vanished as mysteriously as it had arrived. But it has quietly reappeared from time to time ever since and been buried in the fine print of NASA's weekly catalog of debris and objects orbiting the Earth. Echoes from space. If a satellite from another world exists, is there any way we can communicate with it? Dr. Ronald N. Bracewell of Stanford University addressed this problem in an article in the British scientific journal Nature, May 28, 1960. He noted that communication with planets and other star systems would be difficult, if not impossible, because of the great distances involved. But if some other civilization has already planted a satellite in our solar system, there might be some way to communicate with it. The question is, how? Radio experimenters in the 1920s noted a strange phenomenon which they labeled LDE, long delayed echoes. Signals sent out from Earth sometimes came bouncing back several seconds later, as if they had been reflected back by something in space. In a few instances, these LDEs returned days later. This effect was unexplainable unless something was picking up the signals in space and retransmitting them. Researchers in Norway, Holland, and France reported LDEs in 1927, 28, and 34. The echo pulses were delayed from 3 to 15 seconds, and the researchers kept careful records, which were duly filed away and eventually forgotten. In more recent years, LDE has become an extremely rare phenomenon. However, between 1957 and 61, when the Black Knight was most active, all kinds of odd radio signals were received by radio astronomers, ham operators, and military stations.
Some of these signals seemed to be receding from the Earth as if the transmitter were mounted in an object that was traveling out into space, broadcast to other worlds. In the early 1960s, science mobilized to study natural radio waves pouring into our solar system from the stars. Radio astronomers also tackled the problem of communication with other worlds. In April 1960, Project Ozma tried to pick up interstellar signals with a radio telescope at Green Bank, West Virginia. Russian astronomers also made similar efforts and created a stir when they mistakenly interpreted natural radio waves from massive stars called pulsars as a beacon from a supercivilization. In 1962, Dr. Bracewell expanded his original theory. He visualized a satellite equipped with a computer which would scan all radio frequencies as it traveled through space. When it picked up an intelligible signal, it would record it and then broadcast it back on the same frequency. Suppose, he speculated, that the instrument was programmed so that if the message was returned again, indicating the system was understood, it would then transmit a message of its own, a message about life on other worlds. The LDEs of the 1920s could have come from such a satellite, he thought, and it was still waiting up there for us to send some kind of acknowledgement so it could flood us with the wisdom of the universe. Bracewell's ideas were not well received. No one tried to send signals to the mystery satellites. Astronomers decided they were natural objects, miniature moons. Our moon bound astronauts were instructed to keep a sharp eye on the satellites. Although plagued by strange radio transmissions, apparently from some source in space, they failed to spot the elusive black night. Beep, beep, bloop. 4 generations of scientists have been enthralled with the notion of communicating with other worlds. Dr. Hans Freudenthal of the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands even invented a special language called Lenkos, a cosmic language based on mathematics. It started with basics: beep, 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 beep. Then punctuation of a sort was introduced with different sounds: beep, beep, bloop. More complex ideas were added with special sounds for plus and minus: beep, beep, bloop, beep, beep, tweet, beep, 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 bloop, beep, 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 would tell the extraterrestrials that 2 plus 2 equals 4. That venerable science fiction writer, Arthur C. Clarke, author of 2001 A Space Odyssey, came up with an even better idea: transmission of simple pictures through carefully organized code signals, a simplified form of television. Then Dr. Frank Drake, America's reigning genius of radio astronomy, devised an improved system in which a series of dots interspersed with dashes could be broadcast in such a way that they could form a picture that laid out on paper. Each group of signals represented a line, like the lines of a TV picture, and the dashes could be grouped so that a crude picture of a man, for example, would appear when all the lines were reassembled. Though this idea was never really implemented, its development started others thinking: if we were capable of inventing this simple yet effective system, might it be that some extraterrestrial race had followed the same reasoning and already put such a system to use? Were the LDEs and other odd signals we had received over the years organized in some similar fashion? Greetings from Epsilon Buddhist. A young Scottish astronomer named Duncan Lunan reviewed the LDE records of the 1920s and set out to decode them. He laid out the LDE data on a graph using dots to represent the pauses between echoes. To his excitement, a map began to take shape. The dots made up a map of an easily recognized constellation, Lunan said, the constellation of Bootis in the northern sky. The curious pattern of delayed echoes was actually a pattern of star positions. He worked up other LDE maps and found that they all seemed to center around Epsilon Bootis, a star in the constellation. If Lunan is right in this thinking, this material did contain a message, Dr. Bracewell declared, after studying Lunan's graphs. It is saying that the people or entities came to Earth from the constellation Bootis. Lunan submitted his findings in the prestigious British Interplanetary Society. Kenneth Gatlin, vice president of the society, noted, "Lunan's findings are utterly astounding. I have studied the maps and must come to the same conclusions he did. Other scientists have endorsed Lunan's discovery, and a fresh search for LDEs with special equipment was launched in the 1970s, without much success. Bridging time. Epsilon Boötis is hardly our next-door neighbor. The star is some 103 million light-years from Earth, meaning that the Black Knight would have to be so constructed that it could survive and function for a mind-boggling period of time. Unless, of course, time and space are far different from our human conception, and a superior technology could somehow bridge this vast distance in a shorter period of time. Lunan star charts are not perfect. In fact, they are out of date by about 13,000 years. That is, they show Epsilon Boötis in the position it held 13,000 years ago. Lunan posits that the satellite was placed in orbit between 11,000 and 13,000 BP. A number of alternate theories are springing up. 11,000 or 13,000 BC. Suppose, for example, that visitors from Epsilon Boötis looked over our planet thousands of years ago and decided to leave a little memento behind. Instead of erecting a monument, like the pyramid, they decided on orbiting an object that would be safe from earthquakes, floods, and other natural calamities. Because extraplanetary junk destroying it wouldn't be a natural calamity. So they launched the Black Knight, rigging it to be activated thousands of years later when, according to their calculations, mankind would be technologically capable to receive and interpret its signals. You understand that thinking that extraterrestrial bodies aren't natural bodies is how we arrive at this very stupid thing he's writing right now. It would be a natural phenomenon if space dust hit it and destroyed it. That would still be a natural calamity. The same as if an asteroid fell to the planet. The same as if the planets moving caused an earthquake. Still natural. Just because it's not on the ground doesn't mean it's an extraterrestrial intelligent thing. A satellite constructed near Epsilon Boötis would undoubtedly view the universe from the position of that star, and their star maps would be quite incomprehensible to Earth. But Lunan's maps view the universe from the Earth's position 13,000 years ago, which incidentally coincides with the myth of Atlantis. It doesn't, actually. 3,000 years before 3,000 years, or 3,000 years before 2,000 years before Plato is actually 5,000 BC. He's got a gap of 8,000 years. It's bad math. The biggest flaw in Lunan's and Bracewell's theory is the dependence on the radio echoes of yesteryear. During the 1930s, there existed a top-secret project to develop a system of piggybacking secret messages on the beams of conventional radio stations for use by spies. One method was to intercept a signal and rebroadcast it a second later with breaks containing a secret message. Another method was to cut the conventional signal with static, which was really a code. More advanced systems were developed later by the Germans before World War II. A spy merely located his equipment a mile or two from a commercial radio station or even a military station, and he could use their signal to broadcast his own messages without fear of detection. It is very possible that the LDE phenomenon was part of the early experiments and were totally unrelated to the Black Knight. The pauses and fluctuations which fascinate the scientists could be a code, something like Linkos when laid out in a different way. Radio messages received in Norway and Sweden in 1934 were clearly connected to the Ghost Flyer wave when taking place in those countries, and some of those signals did piggyback on the beams of commercial radio stations. Still, the concept of an alien satellite broadcasting to Earth is an exciting one. Once we've firmly established its existence, we must interrogate it, Anthony Lawton head of a British computer firm, said recently. When it realizes that it is in touch with an intelligence, it could be ready to give up the enormous store of information which it must have. Why? Why? You meet another human intelligence and it immediately begins interrogating you. Must you give up the store of information that you must have? Must you? Why? Why must it have information? And why must it be storing it? And why must it give it up? But if the Black Knight exists as a computerized satellite, what message will it have for us? Will it tell us something about life on other worlds? Or will it just recite forgotten memories of our own distant past? Interstellar radio. 90 years ago, radio broadcasting seemed like an impossible dream, even though a young Italian named Marconi was toying with coils of wire and glass tubes filled with iron filings. Prominent scientists of the day scoffed at Marconi's claims, pointing out that even if his long waves of electromagnetic energy could be sent through the air, they could never be broadcast over great distances. But 5 years later, the youthful inventor proved them wrong when he managed to transmit a long wave across the Atlantic. That's a bad way to tell that story. Short waves capable of spanning thousands of miles were not developed until the 1930s. Yeah, he says 5 years later he proved them wrong, but being able to transmit a long wave across the Atlantic, not radio wave, using the the copper cable, using the fucking telegraph line. Yeah, but he just said it took him 40 years to develop the energy necessary for a long wave. That's what the naysayers said to begin with. You, in your lifetime, will never generate enough power. And they were right. 40 years is a long time. Very short microwaves became a reality during World War II when radar saved England from the German Luftwaffe. I guess he said that backward. Short waves, capable of spanning thousands of miles, were not developed until the 1930s. Yeah, I'm right. It took exactly as long as they said. You will never accomplish that. He did not accomplish that. He did not prove them wrong. During that same period, a small group of scientists began to quietly investigate the radio waves pouring in from outer space. Radio astronomy was born, and earthbound scientists started to wonder if there might be powerful transmitters on distant planets beaming intelligent signals to our remote sector on the fringes of the Milky Way. He's contradicting himself in a big way. In the previous chapter, he talked about how CERN, the search for extraterrestrial, that's not what CERN is. SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, has never found anything. He's contradicting himself by making a big deal about how they started looking. In the 1950s, this search for extraterrestrial broadcasts became a major scientific endeavor. Gigantic radio telescopes were constructed all over the world, and men who called themselves exobiologists applied for massive grants from governments and foundations. In the late 1950s and early 60s, the U.S. alone poured $500 million into the challenging search for extraterrestrial radio signals. That's at least $1 billion today. It's at least double. At least double. It's probably closer to triple that. $1.5 billion was spent on this garbage. Scientists in the Soviet Union became world famous overnight by issuing periodic announcements claiming they had discovered cosmic radio beacons from the far reaches of the universe. But again and again, those beacons proved to be natural radiation from highly energized stars called pulsars and quasars. So if that radiation were to have destroyed this satellite, would that not be natural? Wouldn't that be a natural calamity? Natural radiation. In the relatively short span of 90 years, we progressed from Marconi's wireless telegraph to color television. We opened a magical cornucopia of electromagnetic energy, and we are still exploring the electromagnetic spectrum as we build larger radio telescopes and even broadcast signals of our own into space in the hopes that there is someone out there who may be listening. Radio astronomy has become a fruitful and profitable pursuit. However, two problems confront these efforts. The first is the fact that radio waves can only travel with the speed of light. If an inhabited planet, that's not right. The first is the fact that radio waves can only travel with the speed of light. That's not true. If an inhabited planet exists 20 light years away, it will take 40 years for us to experience a simple hello. I thought that maybe radio does move at the speed of light. I thought that radio moved at the speed of radio. Secondly, our radio telescopes are using knowledge gained in a mere 90 years. If we are to communicate with another civilization by radio, we must assume their radios are also only 90 years old. Why? 40 years ago, we would have been unable to receive a microwave broadcast. 40 years from now, our present equipment and theories will have undergone radical changes. We may discover new frequencies as yet undreamed of. We might even find a whole new media for communication that will render radio itself obsolete, like broadband internet. An advanced civilization could be thousands of years ahead of us, and our radio astronomy is so primitive that they have no way to receive and reply to our broadcasts. Just as the wire recorders of the post-war era have been replaced by tape recorders. You know, it's actually kind of ironic. This whole sending signals into the atmosphere and bouncing them back down is how we telecommunicate today. That's how your phone works today. He's just wrong about all of this. A box of reels of wire recordings is worthless today because we have nothing to play them on. A decade from now, your collection of long-playing records will be nothing more than worthless plastic discs when an entire opera will be recorded on a chip smaller than your thumbnail. When an entire opera will be streamable from YouTube live. He could not conceive of what even technology 40 years from him would look like. This was written in about 1987. He couldn't even conceive what our technology would look like in 1987. Couldn't even conceive. We live the lives of extraterrestrial aliens compared to people in 1987. If by chance one of our transmissions into space reaches a planet 400 light years away, their reply would reach us 800 years later. By then, we may have progressed far beyond radio telescopes. And just as we can't audition a wire recording today, we would be unable to intercept the message. Biological radio. Modern technology is incapable of communicating with a distant civilization, and efforts to do so are a waste of time and money. If a Martian scientist had attempted to reach us by radio in 1876, he would have failed because we had no radio receivers then. If another Martian should try to contact us in the year 2176, he might also fail because we would no longer be using primitive radio. 100 years from now, we will, in all likelihood, be using a powerful form of biological radio, broadcasting on frequencies now unidentified. It is quite possible that these biological frequencies are being used today. It's not, though. Parapsychologists have been studying biological radio for some years now. It's usually called ESP, and that means that one human brain is broadcasting to another human brain. Such transmissions are instantaneous. Once we fully understand the processes behind ESP, we can broadcast mentally to brains on a distant planet, circumnavigating the limitations of space, time, and the speed of light. Conversely, brains on this far-off world could broadcast to earthly minds, and might even control us without our being aware of it. A few select humans have been utilizing these biological channels for thousands of years. Some people have even claimed the ability to leave this planet and cruise among the stars on beams of biological energy. If mankind ever manages to escape this puny little star system, it will not be by technological means, e.g., spaceships, but will involve you. Oh, fuck. But will involve utilization of the biological frequencies of the so called super spectrum. The process calls for the human consciousness to abandon the frail biochemical machine that houses it. This process has been known for thousands of years and is called astral projection, or OBE, out of body experience. It isn't limited to a few random crackpots and cultists. There have been scientists, scholars, and important public figures who have claimed this ability. Apparently, the thing we call consciousness is a fragment of energy somehow inserted into our bodies by an outside force or energy field. It gives us an awareness of self, which separates us from all other animals. Persons near death frequently report that they found themselves floating in the air above their bodies, able to watch doctors and nurses working over their dormant form. Others have taken bolder flights across the country, over oceans, and even into outer space. When they returned to their human shell, they were able to describe accurately distant events they witnessed. Dr. Edgar D. Mitchell, one of the astronauts who left his footprints on the moon, calls this externalization. Our individual consciousness may be a part of a larger energy field, capable of cruising that field like a bird gliding along with an air current. Wandering the dimensions. Most astral projectionists claim they are escorted into the strange world of the superspectrum by a guide. These guides usually look like Indians or Tibetan lamas and carefully tutor the wandering consciousness. Some UFO contactees have had an OBE without understanding it. Alone in a forest or desert, they were zapped by energy from the superspectrum, fell into a trance, and their consciousness was led into the twilight zone by strange beings who posed as spacemen. Although the experience seemed very real to the contactee, it was a subjective mental adventure with no tangible effect on their entranced body. Like dreams, time is distorted during an OBE. A second becomes an hour becomes a week, and when the percipient returns to his body, he is surprised to find that only a few minutes have passed. Astral projectionists often drift into other dimensions and find themselves grotesquely huge, looking down at an Earth and moon the size of marbles. They cross the entire universe in an instant and find themselves looking back at a Milky Way that has become nothing more than a feeble glint of light in the cosmos. They feel that they are an infinitesimal part of something much larger. There are thousands of books recounting the experiences of astral projectionists across the centuries. One theory for the UFO phenomenon is the notion that astral projectionists on other planets visit our orb frequently and are seen only by humans with psychic ability. Dr. Carl Jung, the great psychologist who had some OBEs himself, that he never, anyway, visualized astral projection as going swimming in the cosmic sea of the collective unconsciousness. We are all linked to some greater intelligence or intelligent energy field, Jung suggested, that remains separate from our physical world, our faltering reality. We are boxed in physically by finite space and the stream of time flowing in only one direction. But our consciousness is capable of escaping from this three-dimensional world by hitchhiking on some super energy field that permeates the universe and may even control it. Ancient peoples were much more aware of the multidimensioned universe. They measured the flow and effect of the cosmic energies with astrology. Marconi helped us begin the long road back. He saw the electromagnetic spectrum and how it could be used to serve us. Today, new scientists like Dr. John Lilly, the man who learned to communicate with dolphins, and Dr. Edgar Mitchell are pioneering the exploration of inner space. We may be on the threshold of a new age when the miracles of our minds will replace the lesser miracles of our technology. Each of us may be able to glint into the nights or to glide into the night sky, leaving our feeble bodies behind as we cross into a strange new dimension where death is unknown and unnecessary and all human values are exposed as psychotic constructions. Yeah, it's called the kingdom of heaven. It's a silly thing to think. In 90 years, we have gone from Marconi's magic box to the moon and beyond. In the next 90 years, we may learn that intelligent life exists, but is forever beyond the reach of our radio telescopes, just as our consciousnesses are beyond the reach of medical science. And that's the end of that chapter. Hey, what's up, Eric? What about time travelers, Hannah? He kind of understands the physics, but one of the things that the UFO crowd always gets wrong is the physics. They always get the basics of the mathematics of the universe wrong. They always want to be close enough, but when you're talking about astrophysics, talking about quantum physics, when you're talking about the actual mathematics of the way the universe behaves, good enough, close enough isn't good enough. Actually, sort of right isn't good enough. You just got word. You got word of what? Which word did you get? Microsoft Word? Word. Dog. I don't know if this is a bedtime story, but it is what I'm going to be doing as I approach, well, it is what I have been doing as I approach bedtime for myself. Yeah, I am live. I am live, that's for sure. Popping off. There may not be much to comment on yet. He gets a lot right. He gets a lot wrong. He gets too much wrong to be authoritative. But the more I read it, the more Keel doesn't seem like he's trying to be right to me. Thank you, Rach. I was yawning a lot. When I start yawning, it's because I'm thinking about what I'm reading and I'm not saying what I'm thinking. All of the things, this show, this show is capable. we're capable of investigating all of these names and all of these things that he's writing and just basic fact checking them. It's been 38 years. Actually, I do want to double check. Yes, on some level, reading like this makes more sense than. Yeah, this was originally published in 88, so it was originally composed in 87. It was composed the year I was born. We can fact check all this stuff. We have the internet. Back when this book was composed, back when it was originally published, this stuff was extremely difficult to fact check. And so, fact checking this stuff was how these books were written. When he talks about there being all these publishing circles. I am indeed OPM, up late. Um, when he's talking about these publishing circles and these authors who are arguing with one another, this these small and vanity, they're called vanity presses because in the 19th century you could own a printing press. These vanity presses in the 20th century are exactly the same as social media today. My YouTube channel is a vanity press. My Patreon is a vanity press. If, like this publishing house, I publish through Amazon, Amazon is literally a vanity press. Literally. It's a printing press of your vanity. I read this stuff not because it's relevant. It's not relevant. The information we could easily fact check. We're not, because no one cares. I kind of care, though. It would be really easy to blow a hole in all of this by just proving that he made some of these people up. Because he could have. Easily. Who's going to fact check him? He's publishing from a vanity press to his fans. Who's going to fact check him? Who's going to criticize him? Other vanity presses. And what does he care? His paying audience are already paying. Who does this sound like? No, it's nonfiction, Rach. But that doesn't mean that everything he's saying isn't made up. Saying that a work is nonfiction doesn't mean that you made nothing in it up. His point about in the first chapters about 19th century Egyptology are totally valid. The Egyptology until about the 1960s was entirely made up. Before we had deciphered the hieroglyphs, everything we thought we knew about the pyramids was or the Egyptian peoples was made up. It was just made up by some rich person who had a vanity press. The information that is available to us is available because of printing presses, real and abstracted, that individual human beings own. Fox News is owned by Rupert Murdoch. It's a printing press that one man owns. It's actually many big rocks, Eric, and usually what they care about is the bigness of the individual rocks. Well, what is news? Think about it. Think about what the word, like, fake news implies that there's real news. But what is news? News is a plural word that we treat like an abstracted concept deserving of initial caps. What is the news? What is news? Knowledge new to you. It doesn't mean it's real or true. It's just information that's new today. Doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't even mean it's relevant. It just means here's what we know today that we didn't know yesterday, or here's an ongoing development of what happened yesterday. It's just what's new to you. News is marketing, but we've already talked about this, Eric. All story is marketing. I already did that short today. We already did that math. Everything you watch is just a vehicle to get ads in front of your eyes. Everything is a vehicle advertising something. It doesn't need to be relevant. When news is good news, as in it's quality news, it's relevant to your current decision making. Well, it wasn't not twisted then, OPM. Watch that fucking movie from the 70s. It's all propaganda. Every story is trying to propagate something. Are they though? Ads aren't always as. Ads are usually extremely tight and high quality short form storytelling. And usually they have a memorable quote, "We throw the child." Man, I'm not going to throw a kid. Not built for the moment, Yes, everything has commercials. Everything is a vehicle to get commercials in front of your eyes. Why? What does commercials mean? Commerce. Everything is a vehicle to commerce. Why? Because commerce is the blood that keeps civilization alive. Without commerce, you die. You just starve to death without commerce. Without commercials, you die. Without ads, you die. I'm not even talking about ad revenue money. I'm talking about without the corporations that are filtering ad revenue out to the lowest levels of society, you starve to death. You won't even know where to eat without ads. You literally won't know what food to buy without ads. You don't have to click the ads. All you have to do is see the ads. Clicking the ads is a huge win for them, but they don't need you to click the ads. They need you to see it so you'll think about it later when you're already at the buying place. You wouldn't even know what to eat. You wouldn't even know what to eat. You would have no idea what to eat. You don't communicate word of mouth to one another anymore. You wouldn't even know what to eat if you didn't have ads telling you that Applebee's has food. I literally saw an advertisement for cereal the other day. People needed to be told breakfast cereal is a food you can eat. I saw an ad for fucking Old El Paso taco shells the other day during a football game. People don't even know they can cook food at home anymore without ads, without marketing. You would die. All of your information is gleaned from advertisements. Everything you know comes from an advertisement. General Mills can't have a monopoly on cereal. There's like 7 major cereal corporations. Just Quaker alone makes what you said impossible. But there's also Post. Their cereal Kellogg. Yeah. Anyway, Kellogg is the bigger brand than General Mills. And cereal is a boring food on purpose, so you'll stop jerking your dick and having homosexual thoughts. That's why everybody's gay, because cereal has sugar in it. If cereal were a real food, if food were real, you would, Rach. I'm not even joking. This is why I read this stuff. It would be really easy to just fact check any of these people that he brings up. Any of them. Just say, did they do what they said they did? Like the guy that he called the distinguished doctor who found Pluto. Pluto was found by a barely literate dicknuts. Just some guy out in bumfuck nowhere with a massive telescope. It took him, I want to say, actual decades. Like, if he wants to talk about how reticent science is to take new information in, Pluto is the example. There's not a better example than Pluto. They laughed him out of the fucking house. And then they named it after a cartoon dog. That happened. That's why people give a shit that Pluto was demoted. Because they participated in voting the name. Well, Pluto shouldn't have been a planet to begin with. It's a planetoid. It's too small, and it hasn't cleared its local area. It's like if you have barbarians at the gates, you're not allowed to be a civilization. Planetoid. They might call it a dwarf planet too to be cute, but it's called a planetoid. It's not quite a planet, but it's not quite a moon because it has moons. So it doesn't fit the rules, so it's oid. Maybe. I don't know the order they're in. It also switches orbits with whichever one is out there with it. Neptune. It changes orbits. Its orbit moves around like a moon, more than like a planet. You love golden grams? Yeah, cereal is actually a really bad breakfast food. You know what? All that wheat sitting in your body, all that milk sitting in your body, dragging you down. They push breakfast food on kids because it's enriched with iron, and parents don't feed their kids red meat for breakfast anymore. But the iron, that's why the British do beans and toast. Iron. Yeah. A lot of old diets still eat blood. I was watching a Chinese guy talk about how delicious blood curds are, and I'm just like, ugh. But we needed the blood. Never had Panera? Gross. Rich. Gross. But women need it. Women need iron bad. You stop it. Tell me what to do. Not my fucking mom. It's fancy and pretty, Eric. It's not hella good. It's okay. It's fine. It's adequate. It's fine. For what it is, fine. The ingredients are not nearly high enough quality, and there just aren't enough of them for it to be hella good. It's fine. The portions have increased as the economy is recovering, for sure. The food is clean. The harvest salad was very good. But let's just fucking pump the fucking brakes. It's fine. We're kind of giving Panera too much credit because you expect a lot less, because Panera's quality used to be garbage. You pay $20 for a steaming hot pile of garbage sandwich. Yeah, it's bad food. It's not nutritious at all. And the shits hurt. You can tell that it's just loaded in preservatives, and it's just not real good. Not real food based on the shits. No, they don't have pasta, Eric. Bread, man. Panera. Bread. Not pasta. Pasta's not technically a bread product. Even if it is technically a wheat product. Sandwiches, salads, soups, bread. Panera. Panaria. Sounds like a book club. That would be a Liberia. Libera. It's just a middle class. It's just a middle class fast service. Deli. It's supposed to be like a Spanish panaria. They even have the hacienda look. It's supposed to feel like you've just walked into Castile, Spain. The cookie's not actually $10. It is $5 though. It's like $3.99 or $4.99. I was just being an asshole. I was a little shocked by how much a cookie and a bowl of soup cost me. Uh, Chicken noodle soup, by the way, under no circumstances should ever cost $8 for a bowl. I don't care how much chicken you're putting in it. It's fewer than 200 calories. Straight up, I don't care what the ingredients are. We need to be charging per calorie. Maybe not a cent per calorie or whatever, but we really, really need to be charging or insisting that we pay based on calories, because their chicken noodle soup is a bowl is $1.80 for $7.99 or $8.99. Well, I mean, they make them fresh every day. OPM. And I mean, they're great big cookies. I bought that cookie. I bought one yesterday, and I still got it. So if you treat them with the respect due a $4 cookie, it's fine. It's a fine cookie. It's a great big brick. I mean, every bit of 5 or 6 inches in diameter. A great big brick of cookie, maybe an inch thick. I never looked at them and thought, oh, they're not worth that. It just surprised me how much. Yeah, the cookie, they're loaded with shit. I haven't got I always get the kitchen sink cookie because it's got nuts and caramel and chocolate and all. It's just every bite has a different flavor profile from the one before it. Um, and so those are more expensive. Their Danishes are okay. I mean, the Kroger's bakery is better, but Kroger's bakery cooks in significantly larger bulk. Significantly larger bulk. Panera's maybe moving 6 or 8 cookies a day. They're not cooking but 10 of them a day, maybe 20. They're not moving that many cookies. They're not that busy. Whereas Kroger is moving dozens of cookies a day. You know what I mean? Yeah, I assumed you meant black tar heroin, Eric. I assumed. Alright, dude. I'm a sleepy boy. You work at Fry's? That's cool, man. I used to work for Kroger. I'm in Ohio, the birthplace of Kroger, so it's getting there, OPM. I'm in Ohio. I lived in Columbus and I worked for Kroger when I was in my early 20s, so I have an affinity for the corporation. The corporation itself isn't great to it's not great to it's really not great to its employees. That's why they're union. But Kroger really does make an effort to be a positive influence in the community. Probably nachos, Eric. Just typically whatever's hot. A burger, nachos. Something I can eat with my hands. Yeah, like I said, they don't treat their employees well, but that's why Kroger is a union. So if the union doesn't demand higher wages for their laborers, that's because their union members don't vote or go to the meetings. So you can't blame the corporation for wages when they're you just cannot blame the corporation for wages when the employees are union. Go talk to your union rep. The corporation might be faceless, but your union rep isn't. No, we don't have Wegmans. Taco Bell has an improving and increasingly wide array and variety of menu options. Yes, it used to be better. I'm almost out of weed too. Yeah, you could live off Taco Bell if you do it right and you don't mind your shit smelling like taco seasoning. Taco Bell is another corporation that has made a concerted effort to keep college kids alive. They do a really good job of making an effort at serving their communities. Their employees do not count. It's like if we were still reading John Maynard Keynes, I would tell you that the reason the employees don't count is because in our current economic models, employees are expected to negotiate for the highest wage that they need to live on. So if you are only making X and you need to make Y and you aren't negotiating to make Z, which is greater than Y, that's on you, not on the employer. The employer is doing charity by hiring you at all. The employer needs bodies. And managers are valuable because that's difficult work. Dress for the job you want, not the one you have. If I were dressing for the job I wanted, I'd be bottomless at all times. I want the job swinging dick. Smoke break. Yes, employers will hire. Employers hire. Yeah, the Fiesta Bowls being gone is kind of what I was talking about. Um, we were talking about their menu changing, and the reason Taco Bell's menu changed is because the economy turning down with Trump's uh, presidency, his first presidency, circa 2016. The economy turning down when all of the Democrat policies of Obama's presidency took place with Trump's presidency. When that happened, it hurt every menu, every restaurant that had a big menu. It hurt the McDonald's menu. Everybody had to cut back. Heard that, OPM? Yeah, Taco Bell's breakfast is good. It'll run right through you, but it's good. Breakfast runs right through me anyway. The breakfast crunch wrap is really good. It's just scrambled eggs on a hash brown wrapped up in a tortilla with that whatever their breakfast sauce is, and the breakfast sauce is good, so it's good. I prefer Sonic's breakfast, but a breakfast burrito is a breakfast burrito. I mean, you put red and green peppers with some onions and scrambled eggs, and boom, suddenly it's Southwest. This is how they eat in Mexico. You say so. Yeah, they can't expand the breakfast lineup. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, he got Please off me. Off of me. Not on me. That spider caught a roly-poly. And then he didn't know what to do with it. My light is just covered in spiders. I hope you guys are happy. Anyway. Gonna wake up with spidey senses. Thank God none of these spiders has bitten me. Spiders, man, they have this sitting around. They have this like sitting around with a bad attitude way about them when they didn't get their food. Yeah, you caught that roly poly, but your web, you just weren't thinking about the tensile strength of your web, my guy. Yep. Now go somewhere else. Yep. You guys aren't gonna find a lot of food in here, is what I usually tell them, but he found food. Good job. Tarantia. Tarantia did do it. It was Tarantia. She gave me spider sense. They want to suck your dick. Without the propaganda? What propaganda? Oh, he's found another fly. He's gonna try to figure it out. They're using the mesh webbing, the netting of my fucking tent like it's a giant net, web. You bastards. It's my tent. Yeah, if you're gonna get him, go get him. Do it somewhere I don't have to watch, man. Oh, it found food without propaganda? Yeah. Well, you know. Without propaganda, finding food is the work of the day. It's calculating. It is. It's creeping its way toward this fly that's trying to chill out on the net over here. Oh, no. Oh. See, he's got about 9 inches to close between him and the bug, the fly. And so he's got decisions to make. He needs some milk. Yeah, for sure. He's got to figure out how to close that distance without the fly knowing he's closing that distance. So yeah, he's doing some math right now. It's maybe 20 times his body length. Oh, here he goes. Never mind, he took 2 steps. Spider gonna tap that gap? Yeah. He'll get there eventually, he'll figure it out, maybe. I kinda don't like there being spiders this close to me. Okay. Spiders freak me out, man. There's a hole in my tent from that fucking Lucas. No point in patching it up. His fucking ass will just tear another one. Only the well builders? You like well builder spiders? Spiders freak me out. This guy's technically a tarantula, so his mandibles, he couldn't even pierce my skin if he wanted to. But you're lateral with it. If its eyes are like if they're positioned on the side of its head, do you not know it's there? You're circling it, bud. You haven't gotten any closer to it. Yeah, Yeah, that movie bothered me as a kid too, OPM. Eight-Legged Freaks bothered me too. And I know that movie was supposed to be a spoofy comedy. Snakes on a Plane? That's another spoofy comedy, babe. You were old enough that that movie shouldn't have bothered you. You flew a lot. I'm not ridiculing, judging, or criticizing. I'm just saying you were old enough to be able to know that that was a movie, my sweet. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what can't bother you if I choose to. You were always scared of fires on a plane? I'm sure if I'd ever been on a plane, I would have reason to be anxious about it too. I'm sick and tired of all these motherfucking fires on these motherfucking planes, says Eric. He brings 8 ounces of fire extinguisher with him on the plane. You're more scared of babies? Rachel is afraid to be asked whether she's a doctor on a plane. Are you a doctor? No, but I'm on a plane. That roly-poly survived, by the way. I am done. Gonna run to the shitter, grab the underside of the bowl, and just pray. I didn't, I didn't expect that one to land. Just riffing and saying ridiculous shit because I'm starting to get sleepy. I didn't expect that to get a real laugh. And yes, I have closed off the slow blinks. What do slow blinks mean? Hide in the crapper and turn to a crisp. Why a crisp in the crapper? Eric, what do you think that airplane bathrooms become air fryers? Oh, because he's afraid of fires on airplanes. I forgot. I forgot that Eric continues to talk long after I've stopped paying attention to what he's actually talking about. And that's on me, not on Eric. Air fryer bathrooms, maybe. I don't know. That's scary for you, Eric? I'm sorry, man. You're over here like pouring out your soul to me about things that freak you out because I mentioned being freaked out by spiders, and I'm just making fun of you for it. Eric's just watching every smoker on their way on the plane like, you better not. You better not even think about having a lighter on this plane. He goes around and he collects everybody's lighters, like the designated driver, like the key bowl at parties. I'm going to take everybody's keys. Now I'm going to let you leave drunk, but I'm taking your keys. That way we feel good about this while we're sober. No matches allowed around Eric. Yeah, he freaks out in hotels, man. You're a good goose. But if a fire breaks out on an airplane, you have a lot worse problems um, than being cooked. And like, it's just, that's the last problem you're ever going to have. You, take care, OPM. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. You have a good night too, bud. Match heads are sulfur, so if you were eating them, you had a sulfur deficiency, but I don't know what a sulfur deficiency looks like. You're lucky you don't have mouth cancer, Rach. Actually, sulfur is a food. Sulfur is in eggs. You had a sulfur deficiency. Your body was telling you, you need more sulfur. Potassium? Probably there's potassium in it too. You're probably right about that. I probably don't know that. I don't know whether there's potassium in matches, but probably. And Rach, that explains so much. The reason you like only bad foods is because you burned your taste buds off. Yeah, sulfur smells bad, but I guess it tastes good. It's a nutrient we need in our bodies. Yeah, when you're a little kid and you have cravings for things that aren't food and you eat them and then you crave them a lot, it's because you have a nutrient deficiency. So like kids who eat dirt have an iron deficiency. It's both. And it's less phosphorus than sulfur. The sulfur is what burns, the phosphorus is what activates the ignition. And that's why I said you're lucky you don't have oral cancer. Because the phosphorus, if they were phosphorus matches, they usually aren't phosphorus anymore. Um, if you were eating phosphorus matches, you're very lucky you didn't die. Phosphorus will drop you dead, especially white phosphorus. There's enough phosphorus in Coca-Cola that if you drink enough of it, you'll actually get phosphorus poisoning. The sulfuric or maybe it's the sulfur. No, there's phosphoric acid in Coca-Cola, and it'll rot your jaw. Is what the phosphorus will do if it doesn't just straight up give you cancer. It'll just eat your jaw out. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Rach, it was sulfur, not the phosphorus. Phosphorus was, I know this because of Rob. Phosphorus was it was the phosphorus was the igniter. It was the igniter on self-ignition matches. The phosphorus would ignite. It would heat up under friction, and the sulfur would then ignite in sustained burn to light the stick. Huh. No, you wouldn't know that. I'm not saying that you knew that as a child, Rach. I didn't criticize you. I said you're lucky. Oh, whatever. I'll just see myself out then. Please hold your conversation. Don't allow me to interrupt. Licking matches as a squirt. She was trying to be a Charizard. She's lucky she didn't set her tail on fire. For sure, Lunk. Usually if you come back to it, that's what I was saying, like if you come back to it, you have a craving for it, have a craving for something that's not food, it's because you have a nutrient deficiency. Yeah, if you had a craving for that penny, it's because you had a copper deficiency. Your body was telling you that you needed heavy metal. Is it lead? There's nickel and zinc in those coins as well. Overdosed on Flintstone vitamins? Yeah, that's vitamin overdoses are a real thing too. Yeah, there are a lot of people who there are a lot of people who are vitamin poisoning themselves because they take a multivitamin, a daily multivitamin on top of their diet. Mm. Well, that's what I mean. It tasted like vitamin sprees. Your old lady multivitamin is a gummy. Yeah, and then the fucking millennials who can't take their vitamins unless they're gummies make me just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? You can't just eat a balanced adult diet like an adult? We have to have our nutrients in gummy bear form. That's fine. You do you. The good news, you overdosed on a good thing. The bad news, you felt like shit. Some nutrients don't stick. I'll give you a nutrient that sticks around. Nutrients in my dick. Have some water and you didn't die. Yeah, you know. There's a lot of zinc in there too, Rach. Hi, Hamma. Hamma Lamma Ding Dong. Help the liver so you can live. You think they called it the liver before they knew what it did? You felt like you energy drink? Yeah, you felt like you had an energy drink? Yeah, you felt like shit. Nauseous, lightheaded, a little bit dizzy. You go on, dude. Go on. I'm not in the mood for you tonight, Lucas. Fuck off. Tell you what, you're dumb, Eric. You were like, I can do gymnastics. This must be what Ritalin feels like. I can do gymnastics. I can do a cartwheel. I can see all the colors of the rainbow. I can taste the wind. I might have said those wrong. I'd like to do a retake on that. I can see all the colors of the wind. I can taste the rainbow. That's what I meant to say. You're faster than fire on an airplane. At Mach 3. Paint with all the colors of the wind. Yeah, but shut up. Just go with the joke. Just laugh. Don't fucking correct me. Pocahontas is one of my great nephews. Don't you damn me. I'll damn you. I'll make you tickle your clit. You were in the future back then? He was in the future. These snozberries taste like snozberries. Eric was freaking out, man. Yes, he was freaking out, man. You remember, Rach? You remember the colors of the wind? You're too old for that movie, too. Man, it's not fair. Girls have a different standard. It's just a totally different standard by which girls are allowed to consume media. I was too old when Pocahontas came out. It's fucked up that you were allowed to watch it. Nobody gave you shit. You're so healthy you can overdose and not die. He overdosed on vitamin C. uh, that excuse is gonna probably work every time, actually, Rach. I didn't know English. It was 2018. No sé. Sorry, senor. Sure, I'm Rich. I'm not making fun. I'm just doing math and then reacting and then muttering. He's like, if birds can fly, I can fly. I can do anything. I've eaten all the vitamin C I could see. I don't remember. I never read any Tiki Tiki Tembo. I remember Riki Tiki Tavi, but those I think are different things. Hmm. I'm the first kid at the sleepover tonight to fucking bail on the. All right, you guys hang out, do sex stuff with each other. I'm going to sleep. It's the overdose. Erica's having vitamin C flashbacks. No, Rach, I think we're supposed to make sure that we're the last two awake at the party so we can do sex stuff. Well, you should have thought about that before you were awake 34 hours. Maybe before you showed up in this stream. You were supposed to be in bed hours ago. Well, if you don't die, then you don't die. Take care, Monk. Until we meet again. Until next time. You got distracted? Were you beaten off again? Flintstones flashbacks. That's not too bad. That's not too bad, Eric. Okay, well, thank you for the honesty, Rach. Hmm. I'm Sleepy Boy. What does this say? What happens if you never stop being high on vitamins? I don't know the answer to that, Eric. Probably you die. Your Ritalин's not gonna like this. You're so dumb, Eric. Jesus Christ. He's like, oh, I think this vitamin C is reacting to my meth in a weird way. Turbo than Turbo. He's going to be more turbo than that snail in that movie. Maybe it was a dog. I haven't seen that movie. He says, I put the Anna in the Monopia. Onomatopoeia. That was a joke I just made. The joke there would have been, I put the P in onomatopoeia. I'm doing all right, Hunter. I just made that joke, so it's really yesterday to me until I've slept. So how am I doing yesterday? Fine. How am I doing today? Sleepy. I'm ready for it to be today, if you see what I'm saying. Last call. Yeah. Last calls for Eric. You guys are so dumb. Where did I find you? You were tripping? If you get more turbo, does time freeze? Maybe. You die. Yes, Hunter. I'm just not going to cut my hair anymore through the winter, buddy. Thank you, Hunter. I'm not really concerned about whether it looks good or not, though. But thank you, I guess. Are we dating now? Eric trying to cause trouble. Is Sunday today, Hunter? If it's not today, then no, I'm not ready. Oh God, did you say Lions Bengals? If it's not Sunday, I'm not ready. guys, Rach. Good night, Rach. Take care. Be well. Man, stop. This is where I live. Night, mommies, says Eric. Night, Rach. Good night, Eric. Be well. I'm gonna be next. I started to think, fuck it, I'm going to sleep and just let my phone die and fall asleep here. But no, I will not do that. Not very much longer, Hunter. I'm trying to go to sleep right now, buddy. I've actually been live for about an hour longer than I anticipated I would be. Batman time? Heard that, I suppose, Eric. I don't know that I know what it means, but I read it. Take care, buddy. I'm talking to you right now, Hunter, so that's for how long I'm going to be awake. Batman. Batman. Kapow. I don't know about super cold, but it's cold for sure. I'm not trying to expose any of my skin to the ambient air, that's for damn sure. It's colder outside my tent than in it. It's gonna be super cold though, soon. Take care, everybody.
That's my head, Lucas. What the hell, man?
Is my phone going off? I don't think so. Oh, you mean the vibration? Yeah. My girlfriend was texting me goodnight. Hi, Tommy. What's up? Who is that person I was talking to? What person, Hunter? Hello, Andrew. Oh, Lucas? He's a mouse. He jumped on my head. I would prefer he didn't, Hunter. But I feed him. I share my supplies with him whenever I have money. Oh no, Tommy? How things work out too, Hunter. Batman and Robin and Eric and his two mommies.
You two are crazy.